Awa! Hello! Hello, everybody! Good morning, good evening, and good night, depending on wherever you are in the world. We've already started the day with a raid! What the hell is happening? Where? Hi,
Spino
Magpie!
can now hatch from their egg.
Welcome! How was your stream? I see that all of my... honestly, everything is broken today. I don't know what happened.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Uh-oh. Why does text-to-speech keep calling me Spino?
We got a boomer!
Oh my gosh, the scuff. The scuff is so real. Did it call you Spino? Okay, actually, hold on. I should ask first, because we used to have a text-to-speech that would regularly talk on here, and I had to remove it because of some problems that had come up. Are you guys hearing text-to-speech right now?
Bubble, you can't say that.
That's what I'm saying, Kane. I am Spino, not Spino. Speen! We have an emote for that. Speen! But yes, hi everyone. I used to have it set up so that when we got a raid, it would tell me what the person who raided was playing. But unfortunately, that seems to not be working this week. It's still giving a shout out though, that's good. But yeah, what were you up to, Magpie? Doing some art, I assume? Oh, wow!
Spino just cheered 100
It does
bits.
say Spino.
I see in a book that I recommended to Raptor Magpie called How to Use a Ladder. I say book, but it's more of a step-by-step guide.
Oh my god. Thank you for the bits! It's playing some Lethal Company. Ooh, we were just thinking about that the other day. I'm really surprised that Lethal hasn't added more monsters. Of course, with all of the mods, it's kind of hard to. It's almost like it's become a communal game at this point of other people creating mods for it. I hope you guys had a blast. Lethal's what, 2 years old now? I think so. It is adding monsters. Oh wait, no, that's right, they did just add a bird recently. I know because last time that we had played, I managed to glitch the bird by mistake. The mother bird wouldn't attack, so we managed to take all of the babies and adopt them. Is that Glamrock Freddy? Yes, it is! So Glamrock Freddy is our project today. We've been working on him for a little bit. He is a purely sculpted model right now, so ridiculously high poly. But I'm trying to get a feel for his shapes. And
This is art.
Wait.
You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Thank you. Oh, with a username like that, of course. I understand now. Staring.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Thank you, Sneak. Repo's adding more monsters on Halloween or the day before. Oh, that's going to be fun. Hi, D. Cruz. Yeah, the sapsucker. That's what it was called. Fun fact, the voice of Glamrock Freddy is also the dub voice for Overhaul from My Hero Academia. That's cool, I didn't know that. Love you, Frag. Love you too, Snake. But yeah, we'll get into this in just a minute. Actually, we're not going to do sculpting right off the bat with this one. We're going to go over to Sai, and I've got our Awa.
Skazilla can now hatch from their egg.
Thank you for the follow. Actually, I should go over the stream avatars with you guys since we've got a couple of newbies with us now. So, whoa, lyrics. No, thank you. There we are. Okay. So for those of you who are new, all of these little creatures crawling around on the screen right now, that's you guys. Those of you who have just recently followed or who do not follow at all, you are eggs up here on the top of my tablet. And if you did just follow, you can hatch from your egg into a dinosaur, which we have a lot to choose from. You can do that by floating over the twinkle beside my head. There's a Stream Avatars button there, if you're on desktop at least. And there should be a list of dinosaurs that pop up after a few minutes to let you hatch into them. There's also a controller somewhere on that window if you want to explore and click around. It's not like you can do anything to mess it up, so don't be afraid. But the controller will let you use commands to interact with other people on the stream. How have you been? I'm loving that Freddy model. I've been doing pretty good. Getting a lot of work done, making a lot of new models, making a lot of new art. It's been exciting. And I hope the same for you, Magpie. How have you been? Pomni in episode 1, when she's in the office, describes my mental state perfectly today. Oh, yeah, I think that just about covers it for a lot of us today. That it seems like the mood of today is just chaos, chaos, chaos. Curled up in my doggy bed. It sounds very comfortable, very cozy. I keep meaning to make a little bed to put all these little eggs in. Weh! Good news, got over 9K words of rough draft in my AU written so far. Fuck yeah, Friendly, that's awesome! I want to write more, but I've got lots of doodling to get done. How many more days are we until Knights of Guinevere drops? Friendly's been like our personal countdown for that. We're very enthusiastic about glitch productions. 8? We can do it. We can hang in there. 1 more week. I've been good, been busy, already smelling the spooky October vibes approaching. Fuck yeah. I'm so ready for spoopy games. I have several that I had picked out last year, but I had only just started streaming and I wasn't really sure what I was doing yet, so we didn't get around to them for Spooky Month. But this year, I'm prepared. In fact, we've already got our Spooky Popple themed things up right now. And thanks to that 100 bits earlier, actually, I don't know if that's from the bits or, yes, that is from the bits, because he's got a skull behind one of his eyes there. That's from the raid. But our jack-o'-lantern was from the bits that, shoot. I've missed your name again already because I'm all over the place right now. Spino, that's right. Pyro Spino was generous enough to gift us. The reek of pumpkin is increasingly pungent. That was the most disdainful way to have written that sentence, I think. I'm excited for it, though. Is anybody going to be doing anything fun for Halloween? I feel like I haven't gotten to do anything fun for Halloween for quite a while, but that's just because after we moved, we ended up in a very, like, not Halloween-y location. It's a very religious location where I am stuck now. Or I should say, just a higher population of people who are fearful of the devil from the Bible. So, no Halloween tends to happen around here, sadly. But I still love it regardless. I love decorating. I love all the costumes and all of it. Don't forget to read my positive thought frag. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Let's see. Scroll up a little bit here. We have our positive thought from Snake. We love frag around here. They're special bean, but we need to boop the nose. But not too hard. Just gently. Because we don't need to hurt the frag. I appreciate the gentle boopage. I don't have a costume, but one of these days I want to make a Hiccup cosplay. Ooh. Okay. Ah! Weh! Friendly, would it be pre or post amputated leg Hiccup? Might be doing a quiz night on Halloween. Oh, that'll be fun. can already hear all of the pumpkin spice orders in the wind. I'm one of those pumpkin spice people. I'm a very big pumpkin spice fan. I tend to make my own these days, though. Going to be doing VR chat for a lot of spoopy month. VR chat is my favorite thing about Halloween. People go all out. They make such cool Halloween and like spooky experiences and stuff. There's usually almost always a brand new theme park that somebody has made, just with a bunch of like spooky themed rides. It's so cool. Aw.
Pyrus Pino just cheered
Oh, no!
25 bits. For everyone, with that positive note from earlier, please remember this. Being positive is always truly a great thing. Unless it's COVID.
Unless it's COVID. Yes, correct. I'm very sorry that your teeth there didn't make it into Popple. I'm not sure why they bounced out like that, but if you want, I can try and redeem something like a pseudo reward or something to get those back in there. I'm going to say How to Train Your Dragon 2, or at the very least, Race to the Edge Hiccup. No idea how I'm going to do the prosthetic, but I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Godspeed, friendly. I've seen a lot of creative ways of people going about doing that. I can give you one of the questions that'll be used for it if you want, Frag. Please do. All right. Well, while we are getting situated here, I'm going to unslump from my chair because I'm already scooching down. I'm going to drop a lurk real quick at Cook. Continue that awesome work. I'm going to check stream on occasion. Thank you so much, Magpie. You definitely go take care of you. Feed yourself. Make yourself something yummy. We are happy to have you hanging out with us for however long you're able to. Frag, I told Maggie this one, but I want to get your reaction to the next question. Let's hear it. Hit me. What kind of bicycle does a dinosaur ride? A trike. That's pretty good. I like that. Haven't heard from Locke in 2 days. I know he's had a back-to-back work schedule that he had mentioned. I think he's been probably sleeping pretty hard between those days, but hopefully we'll hear from him soon. I know he was... Actually, he's lurking right now. We see you! Oh wait, no, he's not. I'm sorry. That's you, friendly. Let me spawn him in real quick, because I thought for sure Locke was the only green and orange Dilo. Okay, I see. He's green and orange, but more vivid than... Why did everyone pile on top? Get out of here, all of y'all. Go, go, scooch, scooch. Get out of here, me. Come here, friendly. There we go. So Locke compared to our regular green and orange Dilo. That's why I've been confusing them. But yes, let's whisk him away. Goodbye, Locke. Hopefully we will see from him today. Shall invent a Velcro onesie for streamers. Actually, one thing I'm overdue for is updating Popple's sprite, because our sketchy boy here's, I still don't know why he's so top-heavy. Spin you around. There we go. But he's, his idle and his walk animation are pretty much done, so we can get that fixed up. The other animations less so, but we'll get around to those. Maybe that'll be a backup plan for today if the whole 3D modeling thing doesn't work out. I mean, Poople. Popple is a man of many names. I was actually considering working on his model today, too. I was considering going through just about all of my older projects and messing around with different things, but I don't know. I might have overdone it a little bit this week. Perhaps the 9.5-hour long stream yesterday was a bit too much. So We'll just play it by ear today. Oh, wow. Where? Where? Why is the daycare theme playing? What? Hello? What was that? Was that sound alerts? Oh my god, sound alerts has been broken for like months now, and now it's working? "9.5 hour stream. It's past your bedtime." It's the autism theme song. It really is. There are many ways to revert a werewolf back to their human form. One is for a loved one to call out the werewolf's name. Another is to try and make the werewolf what? Hold on, let me think on that for a sec. I don't know. Because don't they since in some lore they revert back when the moon is covered. The answer is to put on clothes. Oh, okay. I don't think I'd ever heard that one. Where? What? Why is there no little sound alert pop up now? What's new? Oh god. Hold on, I have to actually check our sound alerts here because, oh good, the website is broken. It says that we use cookies in order to optimize our site, and if you try to accept or reject the cookies, it logs you out. That's nice. It's a fun new glitch. Alright, so our sound alerts... Where?
Pyrus Pino just cheered 25 bits.
Oh,
Did I
good.
scare you earlier? I am sorry. I just love it when your heart races for me.
Where? Where? My feathers are ruffled. Check your layers in OBS. Yeah, they should be. They're like the top layers. I think the alert itself has been reset. They are very loud, yes. I'm being assaulted by flirtatious jokes and puns today. I don't know how to respond. Hello there, why do programmers prefer coding in the dark or in dark mode? Because the light attracts bugs. That's a Sparky level joke right there. Alright, hold on. Let me get these sound alerts to give us a check here and see what's going on. Where? My god, why did sound alerts and Fujitech both have to completely overhaul everything at the same time? Because these used to have some kind of thing that would pop up that was animated. I guess I'll have to make something. I'm very sorry that the actual pop-ups themselves aren't working, but at least the audio is. People must think that you're a fun guy if they're making all these jokes, Frag. Hi, Frag, remember me? Hello, Jackson. It's been a while. All right, oh my god, we haven't even done anything remotely art-related. It's just been me dealing with glitches and you guys bullying me. That's all right. Honestly, that's what we do most of the time as it is. All right. Well, I don't know how much modeling we're going to be able to do today because Blender itself has been wanting to fight me a bit. OBS has been fighting me. Twitch has been fighting me. Stream Alerts has been fighting me. Sound Alerts has been fighting me. I don't know. Everything's been fighting me. So I'm going to fight back and we're just going to do whatever we can. So the first thing I really would like to target in terms of art is Freddy's legs have been bothering me. And I have not been able to figure out exactly what it is about the shape that I don't like. So what I'm going to try and do is draw on top of this screenshot of him. And hopefully we will be able to figure it out. Use this as reference to fix whatever shape is going on here. And it's time for TISM mode. I mean, we could do that. We could just have the daycare theme playing on loop. Why will it not let me move my line of symmetry? There we go.
We got a boomer!
Yes, please. We'll see. We'll see how long this lasts.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up? You guys have done this to yourselves. Rism with the tism.
Hey, bitch!
Hey, bitch. I'm kind of surprised that I have not seen nearly as much fan art from Secret of the Mimic as there was for Security Breach. I'm wondering if we need to, like, make his legs a little longer. Even though I feel like they're already too long. We've got, like, a weird optical illusion kind of going on with him. Are you though, Frag? Are you? Well, I mean, yes and no. I know that there was not the same goon factor with Secret of the Mimic as there was with Security Breach. Security Breach definitely knew its audience. They tried to put him on the cover of Vogue. One part about Security Breach I absolutely despised the most was the DJ arcade area near the end. Too many patrol bots, and I kept getting caught on them by Chica. Yeah, that area sucked. There was like no way through there without getting caught. Took me 3 hours to get through that one section. Either my pathing is just bad or the AI just hates me. No, that section is impossible. Is it really just that his legs are too wide? It can't be that simple, really. I don't know, that does make a hell of a difference, though. I kind of feel like his head's a little too wide up top, too, but I'm not sure. I wish the DJ had more game time. I do too. DJ Music Man really was one of my top favorite characters. And his theme song is fucking great. It's never aged. It's never going to age. Struggled more with the daycare than I did the arcade somehow. See, the only reason I was able to get through the daycare very easily is because I have spent so much time in the daycare in VR at this point that I pretty much know exactly where all of the generators are. Just because you go up the slides. They're either right at the base by the entrance or they're up the slide to, like, the left. Tried once to get the burn trap ending, managed to beat the Monty boss fight, fumbled the Freddy upgrade minigame, lost 3 hours of effort, and have not touched the game since. That feels like one of the most universal Security Breach experiences. First time in the daycare, I lucked out because Moon got stuck for the entire thing. I don't know if maybe we should try and lower his pelvis more? What do y'all think? Just kind of feels like somewhere in all of this, his proportions are off. I don't know, maybe his neck is a little too long, maybe, I don't know. Maybe he's just too broad. His arms are definitely out too far. Going to 1-to-1 scale? I am not going for 1-to-1 scale. More so, I'm just stylizing him, but to me, it feels like the proportions are just kind of generally off for this stylization version. And I don't know if that's just because I need to go into the modeling phase, or it feels like there's something in this area. Something in this area. It's mostly all this region, I think. Because this leg shape I don't hate. I did hate it before. Something about the wider thighs just didn't feel right on him. Neck seems thick. That could be it.
Have you checked your butthole?
Skeet up, butthole. Fun fact. I'm pretty sure Katsu almost got me, or did get me killed in Repo by playing that sound because I couldn't help but tism along with it. It's so strange because he looks exactly how I want him to look from the side. I think it's also partially because I gave him a slightly wider pelvis than I usually would, just because he does have a very wide, short pelvis in-game. And maybe that's partially what's throwing me off. I really did not do myself any favors by not creating a ref first. Maybe his boobs are too far. Okay, well, this isn't the worst. I'm going to go ahead and save this as a reference to myself that we can come back to. We'll just put this in the desktop. I spent about 3 hours attempting to learn the route for the daycare and then got lost on my way to the second play structure and ended up clipping myself under the slide and had to reboot the game as I couldn't get out and Moon couldn't reach me. Beautiful. Dancing to daycare. Hey, Frag, guess what? What's up, Sneak? Let's go back over to Blender. And I know for a fact that we want to go ahead and just bring the thigh bend out a little bit more, or in a little bit more. Of course, Freddy's not going to like this. Freddy wants to fight us. I think Q is stuck. Oh. Huh.
Way to go, superstar! I knew you could do it.
Way to go, superstar. Yeah, Q, you're a little, Oh, wow.
Shiny Diamond 2109 can now hatch from their egg.
Thank you for the follow, Shiny. You are a little stuck up here. There we go. So Shiny, that would be you right here. You are this egg. If you would like to hatch anytime, you can by using stream avatars. That's the twinkle beside my head. If you float your mouse over that on desktop, you can open it up and hatch into any of the dinosaurs that appear on the list. I was dancing. Oh, there is a dance command. Now everyone just mass dance. I love the like full-fledged 5-second delay that I'm getting here on Freddy. I wonder if maybe we just... Hold on. Uh-oh. Oof. Oh yeah, you're a thick boy. That's a large poly count. Oh no, don't worry, Cherry. This is not what his final form is going to be at all. Hi, Taku, welcome. Hey, Freddy deletes his entire upper body. Tism music's gonna be burned into my head. Y'all asked for it.
If you become lightheaded
Oh,
from
wow.
thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate. More so what I wanted to check on is whether or not I was keeping everything round. Because I did mess that up just a little bit on Doey. He's not perfectly round from above. Have you played The Joy of Creation? I have not played it myself, no. But I have watched a couple people play. Is it done? Last I had seen, they were doing like a revamped version of it, and the preview that I had seen of it seemed really good. But my one complaint was the movements were very aggressive. Like, it was good in the sense of, like, a lot of dynamic movement, but not so great in the sense of, like, when the character would get up from their chair, they'd, like, throw the chair off to the side and, like, lurch their whole body forward and take a couple of steps. And it was like, everything was very over the top, and it was very, like, I don't know, motion sicky. Letting you know your model's not synced with your voice. I know, I don't know what the problem's been with that. I'm actively watching it lag in real time right now, and it's probably just because I have too much running and am not being responsible. That, and I'm gonna just blame Freddy for now. He does have a million faces. Even though now he is just legs. All right, let's, now that we've got multiple views that we can do this on. Freddy is known for breaking things. He sure is. It's like the one thing he's really good at. And a bow tie. You know what he's not known for? Fucking singing. The one goddamn thing that we've seen him be known to do in canon that we've never actually seen him execute. Is this not taking any effect? Well, hello, Miss Bronx. Are you feeling a little better today? Hi, sweetheart. Bronca just stepped in for a few minutes to say hello and then quickly leave. She has been doing a little better today. I was today years old when I noticed, or when I learned that seeing faces in things is not a normal thing. Elaborate. Call up Freddy's voice actor and make them sing Daisy Bell. I sing best when I am on mute. You and me both. I had a very humbling moment back when I was in college. I had a friend of mine who was driving me home because we took the same classes that semester. This does not appear to be where— oh, duh, because the strength isn't turned up. But, I'll never forget it because it's some of the best advice I had ever been given. We were driving home, and some song came on the radio that we both liked, and I started trying to sing along, and then I got really flustered because I couldn't remember the lyrics right, and I was just not hitting the right pitches, and I just eventually stopped. And he noticed, my friend, and said, "Why did you stop singing? We were having fun." And I said, "Well, I just don't feel like I'm doing a good job. I kind of hate the way that I sing." He stopped and he looked at me like I had lost my goddamn mind. And he said, "Frag, you know how to draw, you know how to sculpt, you know how to paint. You know how to do every form of art I can ever conceive. Bitch, you don't have to sing good." And I thought, you know what? That's true. I don't have to sing good. I don't have to do anything else good. I can just do it. And I can be bad at it. And I have every right to do that. Whee!
Pyrus Pino just cheered 100 bits. Alright Frag, I must be off for now. Hope the rest of your stream goes well. I gave you a follow over on Twitter by the way. Before I go, there's one last thing I should mention.
Oh? Be sure to go look in your mirror. I don't want you to forget that what the word awesome looks like. Aww! Thank you so much, Pyrospino. It has been wonderful having you here. So correct, you don't have to sing good. You sing because it makes you happy. Yep. Apparently there's this thing called pareidolia, which is when you can see faces in random things such as clouds and carpets and stuff. Ooh. Okay, is that not normal then?
This is art.
Wait.
You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Thank you, Katie. Apparently not, huh? See, I thought that was just part of having a pattern-seeking, recognizing brain. One of our many monkey skills that we've held on to for whatever reason. Apparently some people just can't imagine things when they are reading either, which is crazy to think of because I do that all the time. That is crazy to think of. I love psychology. I love the way our brains are so different. What I don't love is the attitude that I'm getting from Freddy today. I think I really need to just shave off this corner. Sent some photos into a server because, I'm in because I was curious about what face people would see in the pictures, and apparently it's not something everyone can do. I don't know, I feel like that's something that I just used to do a lot as a kid to entertain myself. Just stare at, like, specific ceiling tiles. I know hospitals and schools usually all have the same ones. I would just stare at them for hours on end thinking like, huh, that's a cool little image. What a cool character I'm seeing here. Sent an example in show and tell? Yeah! No, that's the kind of shit I used to do all the fucking time. That's awesome. Hold on, let me get the ceiling tile images that I used to see shit in. Oh my god, there's a high quality image of it? Yes! That shit would keep me entertained for hours. We'll have to do that on stream sometime, is take things like that and just draw what we see. Have you guys ever heard of a reverse coloring book? Because it's a very similar kind of concept. Man, it's been so long since I've done any of this sculpting on Freddy that I forgot how it works. Good to get back into it then. Freddy, I'm gonna be honest, I think your feet might be suffering. Why, Freddy? Why are we lagging? You're just legs. Buddy. Do you think the person who came up with the daycare theme knew what they were unleashing into the world? Because I don't think they did. I don't think they ever could have predicted the impact that they would have. Good afternoon, Pastel. Cannot process information with this music going, you asked for it! You opened this can of worms, now you get to lay in it. I did not. Anyone who says that they don't is a liar. There are truly two kinds of people in the world. The people who like the daycare theme and the people who can't stand it. These are some wonky-ass feet, Freddy. What happened? I like bagpipes for 10 hours. Pig pipes? What are pig pipes? Just makes me crave going and reading a Monty fic. Like 10 hours of silence, occasionally broken up by Angry Bird sounds. And show and tell? Let's see. What? I'm gonna turn on this for like a second for everyone to hear. That is certainly an entirely unique form of music I have never heard before. Are we ready to do a pig pipe stream? Am I finally at that level of being a streamer? Also, our ads are about to start. For those of you who are new, our ads play for 3 minutes once every hour, so we can get the rest of the hour to be completely ad-free. Sounds like the Salmon Run instrument from Moshi Monsters. I remember hearing about Moshi Monsters, but I never played that. And the flare of that part of his foot is definitely gonna be an issue. I think part of the problem is just that I moved his legs forward more, and I don't think that we can do that. I think we need to model them first and then reposition them. So, with that in mind, I'm gonna pull his leg further back. He does not like this. And of course, he doesn't want to move both legs because he is no longer mirrored. Freddy, you gotta work with me some here, bud. Whee! A little further. Floating bow ties taking me out. Yes, I do get a wave of nostalgia hearing a tune that reminded me of Moshi Monsters. Also, how did you pronounce that? So it was pronounced Oshi Monster? How did I pronounce it? Did I not do that right? Moshi Monsters? Do 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 do. Ah yes, Freddy's most acknowledged features, legs and bow tie. He's doing his best Monty cosplay right now, okay? Rude. I think it would be cool if we ever got a version of the game where he did get Monty's legs instead of his claws. I did turn the Dino Topo off just because it was causing some problems. We're going to have to flip with that both off and on whenever it's necessary, because this is a bit of a hot mess down here. Let's go ahead and turn it back on and clean up this in-cut more, because one thing I may end up doing here is just lobbing these feet in the garbage can and modeling those from scratch after we do the retopo on everything. I love my gator garbage boy even when he has no legs. My love knows no bounds. Why do I just imagine Gregory trying to slowly drag Monty's legs down to parts and service to repair Freddy? Oh my god. And then the fact that Freddy would just be like, wow, these new legs feel fantastic. Where did you say you got them again, Gregory?
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, Katie. Do you think he'd be able to drag the legs away by the time that Monty regained consciousness and started crawling after him? I've returned! One dinner later, what did I miss? Not much. We're just talking about Monty and the legless wonder that he is. Montgomery Gator, I think, was a reference to Steve Irwin. One of his crocodiles is named Monty. Irony is that one of my favorite things on a character is long legs, and then Monty just... He's doing his best. Be more interested in what Roxy would be thinking at seeing this small child dragging Monty's legs across the Pizzaplex because she can see through walls. I like to imagine that Roxy very much has, like, mean big sister energy, especially with Monty. Like, I feel like if she did see that, she would just, like, yell out to him, "Ha! Loser! You got taken out by a kid." And then she gets run over. Can you imagine Freddy with Chica's legs? Chicken legs? What are they feeding this guy? Loser! Gets eyes stolen by same child. She does canonically talk at people through walls. That's true! God, I wish we got, like, some animated content or something about the Security Breach universe. Just, like, some animated shorts and shit. That would be so nice. I don't think that... I don't think FNAF realized just how much we would want to know more about the characters in Security Breach as opposed to, like, past FNAF games where it's just kind of like, ah, yes, robot ghost fighty fight want to kill human character. Like, nah, you've given us these really cool 80s themed retro wave furry creatures. Give us their lore. Wonder why they cut Bonnie and Foxy. Too many bunnies with Bonnie and Springtrap. I can understand that. Foxy and Roxy, okay. But I want my Foxy. Yar, I came for your ye booty. That being treasure, you know. I am sad that we don't have more Foxy. But I'm glad that they did sprinkle him in around all over the place. With the cardboard cutouts and other... Like, he's got a statue over in Kids Cove. That's why I went out of my way for this AU version of these characters to include Foxy, because I really do love him. He was my first favorite originally when the whole series first came out. Oh, wow. Thank you for the follow.
Spooky Uni can now hatch from their egg.
Uh-oh. Blender, what are you doing? Okay. Having it peepaw again was pretty goddamn funny. But I love the security breach. Oh, I love security breach the most. It's such a fun setting with so much potential. Not only is it such a fun setting with so much potential, but I honest to God feel like the fact that it is such an absolutely glitchy game is part of what's made it so good now. I mean, I feel like had it been released and not been glitchy, I don't feel like it would have had nearly as much attention. Because it would have been very... I don't know. I think it would have disappeared. Just gotten overlooked. To some extent, I kind of feel like that's what's happening to Secret of the Mimic. Because Secret of the Mimic is a really good game. I've really enjoyed that one. It's my second favorite FNAF game at this point. The first being Security Breach. But the problem is that it kind of doesn't have that replayability because, like with Security Breach, I don't care how many times you play it. You're never going to have the same playthrough twice. Because some bizarre, bass-ackwards, weird shit in the coding...
Pyrus Pino just cheered 25 bits. Frag, I don't know if you know who Wicked Makers are,
I love
but
Wicked
they have
Makers.
built a life-size replica of Springtrap and
Yeah!
Foxy animatronics. Definitely check out the Foxy video at least. It's so god.
Yeah, no, their stuff's amazing. Not only have they done animatronics for Foxy and Springtrap, but they've also done Dog Day and Catnap and Yarnaby and my dearly beloved Dr. Sawyer. Although granted, the Dr. Sawyer one, I will admit, he looks a little awkward. Whee! Took me forever to realize that Secret of the Mimic even came out. Frag, I know something that you don't know. I'm sure you do. I want to pull this part out more. This is probably one of the hardest areas for me to sculpt without having this as like a physical object in my hands. Because I am a traditional sculptor before a digital sculptor. All of the stuff that I used to do was just by hand traditional sculpting. Only in the last few years here have I learned how to do 3D modeling in Blender. So there are things that I would like to do to make this shape that I cannot do until I'm slightly better at using Blender.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Q, for the posture check and the reminder to save. We actually don't have a lot to save right now, but that never hurts. I'm going to make a new document for this. This will be our 8th iteration of Freddy. King Freddy the 8th. You're watching a professional streamer at work? I don't know if I'd say that. Missed something I said. What did I miss? Just added another idea in my head where it's just Monty slowly dragging his body out of Gator Golf and hearing Roxy make fun about Monty from behind the wall. We cut to an hour later and see an eyeless Roxy going, "Aw shucks," or something like that. Karma's a bitch. There's a car company out there that makes cars bounce. So we basically have twerking cars. But actually the reason is because if the car gets stuck, the driver can hit a button and the car starts bouncing to get unstuck. Like hydraulics? These are high-end cars. Not like Teslas, right? Oops, that was the wrong tool. Do 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 do. Gotta pull that back. I might actually have to cut him in half and mirror him now. I feel like that would probably be a little easier. Or maybe I could just... I guess I could just hide one leg and then know that his left is the side that I'm keeping. Look it up for you. A Mercedes bouncing car uses its E-active body control suspension to perform a bounce mode known as Free Driving Assistant, which rhythmically adjusts the air suspension to help the vehicle rock itself free from sticky off-road situations like sand or mud. This feature is available on models such as the GLE and the Mercedes Maybach GLS 600, and is activated by selecting an off-road mode and using the recovery mode function on the vehicle's display. Only other thing I did not like in Security Breach, or any other horror game for that matter, the air vents. I do not feel safe when traversing through them. And you shouldn't, which we learned from Ruin. Cassie fell through so many vents that it's not even funny. Every vent she went into, just about. There we go. Now these are finally roughly the same shape anyway. Or not. Let's just erase the foot. Oh my god, this lag. No, Frag, these are high-end cars, not low-end, but expensive as shit cars. Hello, Phantom. Good to see you. It was literally every vent Cassie went into. Yeah. Hawa!
Sukajis has raided the channel with 14 eggs.
Welcome, Suka. Good to see you. How was your stream? On that art grind. Well, I apologize on behalf of the daycare theme assault that we are being given right now. Chat decided that that was what we were going to listen to for the time being. It was a very productive session. Hell yeah, I'm happy to hear that. But welcome, everybody. Suka, if you have to raid and run, that is perfectly fine. I know that there's usually stuff that you gotta take care of after streams, so go ahead and do what you gotta do. There's no obligation to chit-chat or stick around if you've got stuff you gotta do. We're just happy to have you all here. Anyone who is new, I'm a variety streamer. I am FragRaptor. I do artwork on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Today is our 3D Thursday, so we're doing 3D modeling. But normally we would be doing drawing on Tuesdays. We do gaming on Wednesdays. So right now we're working on a stylized model of Glamrock Freddy from Security Breach, and I am struggling to make his legs not look bad. If it makes you feel better, I subject my chat to supersonic racing throughout a redeem. Thank you for the follow, Sonic Doodles.
Sonic Doodles can now hatch from their egg.
I will say, this is definitely one of the more boring parts of 3D modeling. At least probably to watch because of how much back and forth I end up doing. But I appreciate those of you who care to stick around and keep company and work on your own projects and whatnot. If you have any problems with the song choice, please call 0800 FNAF Daycare. I'm here for the streamer. Aw. Frag, you missed my message? Let me see. Vehicle I'm talking about costs upwards of 179,000 to a fully loaded one, which costs upwards of 230,000. Wow. That's a whole ass house. You mean the essay message? We get a little we a little info dumpy here from time to time. Please don't smash Freddy. He's very smashable. But wait until his legs are fixed at least. I say that one positive thing I've got is that I should find out if I've got that job at Smith's tomorrow. Yay! We are eager to celebrate if you did. And if you didn't, then that's not a bad thing. There will always be more opportunities, and we are here to support you in the meantime. It's got a weird, like, lump here. What is that lump, Freddy? Is that thunder? Not me having to physically take my headphones off because I can't hear whether or not it's thunder over the goddamn daycare theme. Very smashable. With a sledgehammer! Me and Snake lost our uppies. Oh no! Let me fix that. Oh, that's Cat. That's not Snake. Oh no, we've thrown the eggs everywhere as well. Brad, sorry! Who else is stuck? Anybody? Every once in a while, somebody will end up lodged inside of Popple's head, and I don't know how that happens. Really hope I do get it. I hope you do too. Making an omelet, Frag? Maybe. Depends on how well they behave. You missed an egg? Where? I see no egg. False egg. Hey, Freddy, guess what? You're about to be disarmed. I'm sorry, buddy. We gotta get your legs to look right. Hugh, are you eepy? Or perhaps maybe you're getting sick of the daycare theme. I feel like this part should be up higher, maybe. So much honking. I suppose if you've had enough, we can go back to our retro wave. Very mentally drained. My father decided to be an absolute butt-face earlier, and I'm still trying to recover from it. Oh, hugs for Q. I'm sorry to hear about that. I'll say one thing. Freddy's chin seems a bit off, for whatever reason. No hugs, no physical touch. Air hug. Distant hug. Respectful of physical contact hug. Whatever the equivalent of that is. And also mood, because I am very much not a hug person IRL. Freddy, you're really determined not to scooch this part of your mesh inwards, aren't you? We should probably just smooth that. I don't think we need this to be quite as dynamic in the angles as I had originally made it. Oh yeah, I actually meant to ask you guys. I meant to ask yesterday, but I just kind of wasn't thinking about it. So when I first started to stream here, one of the very first games that I ever did on stream was I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. And recently, Rosie has informed me that she is interested in playing the game herself, and that one of her partners is very interested in the game as well. And I was wondering if that's something that you guys would want me to stream, is to play it with Rosie and her partner. Her partner is a very big fan of it and has already played it before, but Rosie has not. Now, I personally don't know, like, a bunch of the trivia or anything about the history of I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. I'm just a casual fan. I really like Am. I think he's a really awesome character. I like the themes of the story and the complexities of it. But Victor is much more of a nerd of the series than I am, and probably has a lot more of the fun facts and trivia to drop on us. So if that's something that you guys are interested in doing, I just don't want you to have to sit through another playthrough of it if it's still a little too fresh in our minds and whatnot. Sounds like fun. Back. I'm also going to write a book while watching. P.S. You're in it. Oh! Well, I'm honored.
Pyrus Pino just cheered 5 bits. Never heard of that game, but I would be interested in seeing it. But also, if you are interested, I have a few indie horror games you can check out. Budget friendly too.
I would love to hear those suggestions. I have a couple of indie games lined up for Halloween already, and I don't know how long it'll take for us to get through them. I've only got experience having played one of them firsthand. But I do know the story fairly well of the other 2, so I'm just not really sure how fast I'd be able to get through them. Y'all know me. I'm one of those putzers when it comes to video games. I want to stop and look at everything and evaluate the story and blah, blah, blah. We don't play games here to win. We play games to experience them. See what trivia he says related to Tadek? Kiosk chicken feet. Creepy shift roadside diner. I've never heard of any of these. Let me look them up. Actually, let me write them down so I can look them up after stream. So 2 of the games that I do have picked out for us for Halloween are 2 of my favorites. From the original series, not series, but it kind of felt like a series at the time. But it was during a very trendy time in RPG Maker games. So the first one is Ib, and the second one is The Witch's House. I want to say they're both made by the same person, but I don't remember. Permission to add you to friends list, Frag? Absolutely. Why did that get... What? A lot of little topology there. Not sure why that happened. Yeah, I think that sharp edge really was doing more damage than good. Even though I do really like that sharp angle there. Softening it up is working more in Freddy's favor. Maybe we'll put more of a crease there once we have this shape more solidified. So there's a lethal / repo-like game called Mimeses? We have a mod pack that's simply the extra players and extra button, get some peeps, and play the update for repo when it drops in October. I would love to do that. I had no idea that they had any kind of update planned. Have they said anything about what kind of monsters they're going to be adding? Or are they keeping it all secret? It is a secret. We've only got one tease about one monster design, but that's all we're getting until the update. That's for the best, I believe. I kind of feel like some of these friend slop games have rushed into things so fast in the hopes of capitalizing on the boom of friend slop games that they just kind of forget that they still need to be making themselves into a memorable game in the first place. Repo has done a fantastic job at maintaining a good balance. I think that's honestly why Repo and Lethal have lasted for as long as they have. Oh, wow. Uh-oh, why did that not play that time? Alerts! Where? That's alright, I'll read that one. If you want something dark horror, I definitely suggest games such as The Mortuary Assistant. I have seen that one. That one scares the hell out of me. And Madison, both voted as scariest games of 2022. Scarier than Phasmo. I'm not really scared by Phasmo. I've played both in full. I think that the Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion could be a possibility for Spooky Month. True, I do have that one. That was gifted to me by a friend a very, very long time ago, and I never did play it because we were supposed to play it together and we just kept forgetting. I don't actually know much about Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion. That was another mascot horror that kind of like came and went. It did its job and didn't try to continue to capitalize itself into the ground like so many do. I sent the Mimes' Steam page in Show and Tell. Let's see. Oh. Kind of looks like Pilgrim. What is that rabbit? Oh, this is goofy. I'll have to look into this one more. Just got banned for accidentally saying a lot of words that start with A. Banned here in chat? I don't have any alerts that anyone was banned or that there were any moderations. I'm looking forward to Ill. It's a body horror monster game. I have Pilgrim but never played it. No one to play with. Unfortunately, I think Pilgrim has become abandonware at this point. Which is a really big shame because it was a really good game. It was a solid concept and they really could have run with it and they just didn't. I'm still in the server for it, like the official Pilgrim server, Discord server. And it's just dead in the water. It's very unfortunate. Get in the water. I still have to listen to all of Epic the Musical. That song is a very good one, though. Wait.
Pyrus Pino just cheered 10 bits. If you are into mascot horror, definitely check out the game, Indigo Park, which is free to add to your Steam library. And this one, more of a walking simulator with the park. On sale for $5.19 on Steam.
Ooh. I'll look into the park. I know that Indigo Park is supposed to be having its next chapter coming out soon. Indigo Park is one that I actually was intending on doing on stream, but it turns out that when I first started streaming about a year ago, Indigo Park was an extraordinarily unoptimized game. And if you tried to change the settings on it to make it so that it could run more optimized, the game looked like an entirely separate game. Like, I'm not even joking. The, like, visual effects that went into making it look as decrepit and everything as it needed to be, I don't know what it was about them. Maybe it's just because it's, I think, Unreal Engine. But they were having a time. So I'm pretty sure it has been updated at this point, and it is much better than it was. So maybe when that next chapter comes out, we will do a bit of a deep dive. I can't say that I'm really in love with the characters of that one. Mostly just because I'm not that big of a furry myself, and it seems like that's a lot of their appeal right now. It's just cutesy furry characters. It's had a few reworks to make it more modern. Yeah. And it is free. I mean, I can only complain so much. It's a passion project, and I appreciate that. This is like the wonkiest of lines here. Apparently there's some kind of conflict around the creator of Epic the Musical because nobody can tell which Danny he's been talking about. I'm not sure what that means. If it's like personal drama, then I tend not to keep up with that between creators and their content anymore. It's just one of those things. If you continue to dig away at the person who created it, you are inevitably going to find something to hate about them and ruin the media for yourself. And granted, there are definitely people who are warranting of the hate that they get. But I don't know. Right now, I'm in a point of life where I've got so much going on and I've had so much going on for so long that I just kind of want to spend a little bit of time enjoying what I can. Can I say a bunch of words that start with A? As long as they follow the rules of the channel, sure. The park, again, is a walking sim. You go after your son in an amusement park and go on some of the rides while looking. The protagonist is a mother, interacting with various things. The ending, although dragged out, the climax makes you think, what the fuck did she just... Oh my god. And Jackson here says, Aaron, abandon, ABC, Aberdeen, abilities, ability, able, aboriginal, abortion, about, above, Abraham, abroad, absence, absent, absolute, absolutely, absorption, abstract, abstracts, abu, abase, academia. I don't think I'm going to keep reading. Y'all get the point. It's not a personal conflict, it's just that the creator made a short-form video talking about Danny, but multiple people who are named Danny are competing to be the Danny the creator was talking about. Huh. I guess I'm confused. Is it not a real person? Come on, Blender. Good job. Let's go ahead and save just in case. It's given me the threat that it wants to crash. I am Danny. I am Batman. My arm dislocated, help. We don't know. It could be that they were referring to a person named Danny. It could be that they have a Roomba named Danny. Nobody knows. I see. What an interesting community. That feels like some Toby Fox level goofing around. We're doing pretty okay on this, but I don't really like how one side has like a point and the other side has a curve. The real question is, do we want the point or the curve. Oh, wow.
Pyrus Pino just cheered 50 bits. Since Frag is a dinosaur tuber, I feel obligated to do this. For any Carnotaurus and Rexes out there, this next song is for you. Ready? If you're happy and you know it, clap your... Oh wait.
It's one thing to call out the Rexes. It's another thing entirely to call out the Carnos. There's two goobers in your head. Don't worry, I'm used to them being there. Alcohol is gay because when you drink it, you can't think straight. Ain't that the truth? Maybe that would help solve some of the alcoholism crisis going on. If we just start saying that people who drink alcohol are gay, how much of a difference would that really make? I'm a Spino, so I can do it. Long arm gang, rise up. Looks like we're going to need to flatten and scrape this edge a bit, but also pull this part out just a smidge. Danny's dead and we all have schizophrenia. Ooh, lyrics. I don't hate it, though. Let's see this one through. Sorry, I am trying to keep our Spotify where it's going to be updated to, and it's being a little bit temperamental still. Blender, no! Don't freeze on me! What do you call a dinosaur that whines and complains all the time? A cryolophosaurus. Cryolophosaurus. Ah. That would have been better if I hadn't botched the pronunciation. I think this little, like, flared out cuff at the bottom here is the nail in the coffin. So we have time to pull that back in. Say goodbye to that dynamic curve. Call them a squinnysaur. Cryolophosaurus were found, strangely enough, in Antarctica. I'd probably cry a lot too if I were stuck living where it's cold. Still gotta pull that part forward more. Doing good. Oh, good night, Q. Get some good sleep. Let us know about how things go when you find out about it with that job interview. We are all rooting for you. And I'll be honest, I don't know how long we're going to be at this today for today's stream. Normally we would go until 11 my time. So I have Eastern time. But since we went so long the other day, we probably will cut this one early tonight. Just mostly to give myself a little bit of a break. But I'd still like to see how far we can get on this today. Scientists have discovered a fossilized dinosaur fart. They describe it as a blast from the past. Gotta love it. I just got to teach somebody what the definition of the word coprolite was a couple of days ago. That was a fun one to have them try to guess on their own. Missed my other joke? Oops. What is a dinosaur's least favorite reindeer? Comet. Oh shit. Our ads are going to play any second here. There they go. At least they should anyway. Who knows? The ads are definitely going to be finicky today. See, this is where I'm so used to traditional sculpting because my brain's like, okay, now that we've got this rough shape kind of where we want it, let's do a trash casting and then sand it, and then we can go over with Bondo or epoxy, either one, fill up in the other areas that we want, blah, 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 the whole mold making process. Like, I know kind of exactly how I'd want to do this traditionally. But because I'm still so new with Blender, it's like, maybe this tool might do the thing I want it to. Epoxy, good stuff. Honestly, my favorite sculpting medium when it comes to doing figures is a type of clay called epoxy sculpt. It's spelled with an A instead of an E. It's amazing stuff. All of my custom figurines and dolls just about have used it. It's nice and strong. It's waterproof. It's self-adhering. The only real complication with it is that it is an epoxy. So it's a two-part clay medium that you have to mix together. And you only have a set amount of time before it hardens. And once it hardens, that's it. But it has, like, depending on the weather, the temperature, I mean, it's got about an hour's work time, give or take. You can extend it by working in a colder atmosphere. I kind of like the safari vibe that this song's picking up on. Went to a dog show the other day. A Yorkie took best in show, a Jack Russell took second, and a Scotty took third. I'm starting to think the judges had some sort of all-terrier motive. That's a pretty good one. Fun fact, last Thanksgiving, I almost set a Yorkie on fire. You got a joke for me too, Snake? Let's hear it. Nearly had a hot dog. Nearly had a very hot dog, yes. You want to know why they call it a black market? Yes, how did the black market earn its name? I shouldn't have asked that because I have a feeling that the answer in reality is not a fun joke. Because two black friends, guys, are running a stand at the farmer's market. I'm not entirely sure if I really get the joke, hun. Keep in mind I'm stupid right now because I'm high as hell. Alrighty. You're good, baby. I will say I'm not really a fan of racial humor. I'm a little too white to be able to do anything of that sort. And I just kind of don't really think about that stuff that much. It has its place, I suppose. I try and follow very into the rule of never punch down when it comes to humor, though. Did you know that during the COVID-19 pandemic, no cases were found in Antarctica? It's because everyone there was isolated. Is that true, though? Were there no cases in Antarctica? Aren't there people that live there? At least the penguins are safe. Got another joke for you? Let's hear it, Snake. I believe in you. This is your comeback. Did you hear that Hatsune Miku got arrested at the grocery store? She was caught stealing a green onion. I guess you could say she was taking a leak. Okay, but can we talk about for a second the fact that Miku is now officially in a game with both Sonic the Hedgehog and SpongeBob? Like, what even is the year 2025? And Fortnite, that's true. She is also in Fortnite. Is SpongeBob in Fortnite? I feel like Fortnite's one I'm literally never going to play. I said that about Roblox, though. I'm thinking that maybe we need to actually have this one bow out a little more. So let's... use the add clay brush here and attempt to be very light-handed with it. have a D&D character who are not stereotypes, but do have punny names. A lot of D&D stuff's been coming up lately. I would love to hear the names of your characters, Nexus. As much as you guys have been talking about D&D, though, you're getting me hyped up. I want to start playing again. But I really just do not have the time. So a lion walks into a bar, and the locals say, "What's a lion doing on the floor?" Because the lion was drunk. Two ideas for D&D characters: Asian cartographer Wong Wei and 1950s African-American private investigator Walter Malone. I don't know how to feel about those. They're good puns. They remind me of Phoenix Wright games. Because they're always naming characters shit like that. Whoa. Got a better one than a lion. A snake walks into a bar. The bartender says, "How the hell did you do that?" Really had to punch down on my people, didn't you, Spino? Let me offer you a high five then. Oh, wait. Oh, no! It's okay, Snake. We can just put like a little glove on your tail. I think we're starting to get this kind of where we want it. I'm not gonna lie, I'm definitely in that mentality of like, I'd rather be playing a game right now than working on a game model. But at the same time, like, I really want to see everybody together. Everyone's so close. Doey's just about done, so I finally am going to get to see him in-game with Dog Day side by side. I should make a toggle that's interactive between the two of them. That would be cute. I don't know what I would have them do, though. So we've kind of got the leg curving inwards, like bowing out a little bit on this angle, but then flaring the opposite direction on this side. I don't know which one I prefer. Let's see it with the full guy. Kind of thinking that the bowed version suits Freddy better. I like the shape of the flare, but I think that that's just not him. All right. More work for me. I'd offer you a balloon animal, but all I can do is snakes. Got another joke for you? Let's hear it. Wait! That was a hell of a punchline. Snake comes into a bar wearing pants, and the bartender says, "How the hell are you wearing pants?" Would it be pants or would it be a sock? Thank you for that pun, Frag. You are ever so welcome. A single legging. Snakes do love to get themselves stuck inside of things like that. Anytime that I had Geppetto out, he would love to get in my pocket. And then he would curl himself up into a ball and, like, inflate himself so that he was bigger inside of the pocket. So I couldn't get him out. It's like, fine, you can just live in my pocket for a few hours, I guess. I do miss him. But I don't think I would ever really want another reptile. In all reality, I would love to have a pet bird one day, but I feel like I'm just not responsible enough. I feel like to have a pet bird, you need to be equipped and capable of being able to have and support a human child. Just because they are very much that level of high needs. Guessing a hognose snook? No, he was actually a corn snake. He was a beautiful black and white one. If a pet bird, get an African gray parrot? No, thank you. I don't want a parrot. I don't want a bird that's going to outlive me. Can you imagine inheriting a bird? I've inherited a fish before. That was a bit of a weird one. But I had a relative who passed away who had this pet, betta fish. And so I just woke up one day and somebody was at the door and they were like, "Hey, this belongs to you now." I was like, "Okay, I guess. I have a fish now." And it was in its sad little fish bowl, a very stereotypical, just popple-esque bowl. No environment, no filter, no anything. It's a nice fish, though. Very pretty. It made for some good company. I do enjoy the kind of pets that can just like sit at a desk with you. Honestly, one of the best pets I've ever had in my life, grasshopper. Specifically a lubber grasshopper. They're considered pests in Florida. But they are absolutely gorgeous. What do you mean, what the fuck? Hold on, let me share a picture of one. Okay, I'm gonna put some of these pictures in show and tell. I think technically they're a locust. I'll go ahead and put a spoiler over them just in case. There we go. But that's a lubber grasshopper. They are humongous. And they just make really good pets. It's like having a miniature cow. But my sister took a trip to Florida, came home with 3 of them, kept 2, gave me 1. And I set up a beautiful terrarium for her, and I even had a little mobile terrarium to take her with me whenever I had to go on trips places, because I was doing a lot of traveling at the time. And she was just good company. She would just sit on my shoulder and hang out, nibbling spinach, or the occasional carrot. And she had this quirky little habit where she would be in the middle of eating. Particularly carrots was when she would do this. But she'd be in the middle of eating, and while eating, she would simultaneously be creating a poop. And then once she was done creating that poop, she would take her big old back leg and flick it right off of her butt as far as the eye could see. It was very funny to watch. But she liked to be held. Very social little bug. Because all they're interested in is grazing, since they're not predators and they don't really have much in the way of predators themselves. She had no urgency to get away or go anywhere. She'd just sort of chill. And she had a lot of personality. A lot of bugs do. Slightly judges Frag's life choices. Man, I've made worse decisions than this for you to judge. I've also raised praying mantises. Those are fun, but they're a little more difficult. Because once they start to get older, I suppose it would be like any other animal. But as they get older, they get a little bit more difficult to care for. They eat less. They aren't particularly pleased to be handled. It really depends on the bug. If they are out and being handled, they don't want to sit still like a grasshopper would. They want to roam and hunt. So you got to keep an eye on them the whole time. You can't get distracted. Otherwise, you're going to lose your bug. I had one that I used to hand feed all the time. After a while, I had to stop because it was so unable to catch the food while being held, sitting perfectly still. I'd have to drop it into the cage with it, and it would take a very, very long time for it to coordinate enough to be able to actually catch the cricket that it was trying to catch so desperately. I've had a couple of spiders in the past. And they're okay. If I ever did get another spider, I'd probably go for a tarantula. Specifically, an Arizona tarantula. Big T's, I love them a lot. See, I love the way that they look, but unfortunately most of them are just not interactive. And I'm kind of tired of pets that just sort of sit under a rock and never do anything. They're cool. It's nice to have them. They're neat. But I want to be able to look at it. I want it to look at me. And the thing I like about Arizona Blondes is their temperament. Their temperament is very, very docile. They kind of just don't give a fuck about anything. Like red knees tarantulas, I've heard that they are a good starter tarantula, but I don't know. I've also heard that they can be quite temperamental. But Arizona Blondes, nah. They're chill. They're just gonna sit there. You can pick them up like an ice cream cone if you want. Alright, this is getting kind of silly. I feel like I need to get this rounded shape together on the other side here. Should I get rid of the flare on the bottom entirely? I guess so. Whoopsie. Whoa. Why is your topology like that? I've also had Black Widows. Black Widows are nice. They're very chill. They don't give a flying fuck about anything. In fact, the first Black Widow I ever had, we found inside the house. Not intentionally. But my mom was vacuuming. This is when I was a kid. And she thought she saw a little fuzzball on the ground, and she reached down to pick it up. And as she was carrying it over to the trash can, suddenly it started to wiggle. She screamed and dropped it, and it turns out it was a tarantula. Or not tarantula, it was a Black Widow. And we couldn't let it go. Or at least she wouldn't let me let it go, because, you know, we lived in a very busy neighborhood. Lots of kids. We didn't want it to end up biting one. And I didn't want to kill it. Kill her, I should say. So I set up a little tank for her. I said, as long as she is going to be here with me, I'm going to take as good care of her as I can. And give her as best a life as I can, since I can't let her go. And she lived for about a year. Had an egg sac and died shortly after. But I believe that is normal for them. Science teacher in high school had a pink-toed Big T. Aw! I want to pet squid. Squids are cool. All aquatic life is interesting. I do enjoy having fish, but at the same time, I really hate the maintenance. I have a single goldfish right now that was a gift to a cat that I owned several years ago. He passed away, unfortunately, due to cancer. So during his battle fighting the cancer, I decided to do a bunch of bucket list stuff. One of those bucket list things was I wanted to have a fish tank for him, because he had never had one, and I had grown up with a fish tank, so my other older cat at the time knew what it was like to have one, but he didn't. So I thought, fuck it. I can go to the store, I have a fish tank, so I'll go to the store and I will get some goldfish, some of those, like, the feeder goldfish that are not intended to actually be pets. And I figured they're probably gonna die overnight anyway, so just do my best to keep them alive. And so I brought them home and I set up the tank and everything looked beautiful. I got 5 goldfish for $1. One of them died the very next day. Not due to the, like, care or anything. Again, I should clarify. They were not well bred. These were not pet goldfish. These were meant to be food. So the fact that they even made it home in the first place was kind of a miracle. And Harpo liked watching them for about a day. And then he gagged at the sight of them. Which I did catch on video. But I have since had to address the passing of Harpo. And later, the passing of Pinky. And somehow, one of the goldfish still remains. And it has definitely lived a luxurious life. They started out in just a basic, again, feeder tank. So it was never intended to be like a long-term thing. They were not supposed to live this long. But I've had them for I've had this one for several years now. For some reason, this one had the golden genetics. And so I have upgraded it to a 50-gallon tank. And it is definitely living in the lap of luxury at this point. What kind of goldfish is it? I believe it's considered a comet goldfish. Nothing fancy. It is not a very pretty goldfish at that. In fact, it's not even gold. And the weird part is, it was when we got it. But for some reason, it's changed color entirely. It is not a yellow fish at all anymore. It is a pure white fish. I checked, and apparently it's something to do with, I guess, both their diet and the amount of sunlight that they're exposed to. Which makes sense. I mean, it doesn't get any sunlight, really. It's in the middle of the living room. I had considered trying to find a new home for it. Because for a while there, we just didn't have any cats. After Pinky and Harpo passed. but I knew I was going to end up getting another cat. I'm just not the kind of person who can really stand not to have one. One way or another, a cat always finds its way into my life, whether I'm looking for it or not. Cat distribution system is trying. Yep. I've been selected by it several times. Your subscription is ongoing. You may not cancel it at any time. Freddy, I'm not really pleased with this. Okay, hold on, that's doing something. What if we pull this further in? Let's try something a little odd. I'm gonna try and grab a whole, like, side and just pull. No. I don't think I like it bowing. Okay, maybe it needs to flare out just a little more on this part of the leg, though. Just a little. It's a really oblong shape. So what am I moving here? Am I moving this way? Did that do anything? Not really. I literally just now realized that I can use this Freddy to make prototype Freddy. And I'm hoping that that's going to be enough motivation to continue working on it, because holy shit, prototype Freddy is... he's a good bear. My biggest hang-up usually with the sculpting part of doing it this way is just not being able to get in there with my hands. I want to use my hands. I want to use my fingers. If there's like a VR Blender add-on, although that wouldn't work because my Quest controllers are super, super shaky. And my hands are shaky enough as it is. Just become mini. True. It's kind of what I've been doing here. Freddy, I really wish I could tell what it is about you that just seems so out of place. Maybe your bow tie's not big enough. I think it's in part his face. Something seems off about his chin. The legs are better. I don't know what happened there. But we'll just cut him in half and remirror him at some point. Probably cut his feet off entirely, too. Alright, I'm liking how this is looking. I think maybe we need to build the calf out a little more? Possibly? I'm trying to keep in mind what our perspective is going to be, too, because Freddy's going to be big. Like, our POV with Freddy is going to be, like, same as Gregory's, just about. So most of the time we'll be looking up at him like this. It's something... I don't know. Wait. At least the legs are looking better. Oh wait, we don't want weight paint. No! Wait! Back to sculpt mode. There we go. I'm gonna try... Maybe that, but just like a little less. Unhide everything. Hello, Zatani. Welcome, welcome. Hope you've been having a good day. Been on Spotify at all? We are currently. Something going on with it? I mean, searching. No, not really. We've got season 1 of Hell of a Boss on there now. Shit! That's really cool. I don't really remember a lot of the songs from Hell of a Boss except for Look My Way. Why does it feel like he's, like, pointing his toes in now? Oof. Oh shit, I forgot all about 2 Minutes Notice. That's like my favorite fucking song ever from that show. That's good to know. I'll probably have that on loop for a while at some point. That song was an awakening for me. Probably was for a lot of people. Also, I'm sorry I keep ending up upside down. That is a habit of mine that I know is probably nauseating to some people, but it helps me see it literally from a different perspective. Which is how I'm able to tell when something needs to have more or less quote-unquote clay added to it. Man, listening to music like this really makes me miss parties in VRChat. We used to do them a lot. I used to know a guy who would DJ. He was really good at it. I really enjoyed listening to his music. And he would always pick weird places to throw a rave. One of them was in the bathroom of an arcade. Another song I haven't heard before called Buzzin'? I was thinking a bathroom of some sort. Yeah, it was funny because the bathroom was set up to be a rave area, but it was also still a bathroom. So I was like, want to get into DJing for VRChat? Snake, if you would ever love to do a playset or something, let me know. I enjoy getting to just kind of vibe out in a party world and be high and listen to whatever bops are going, and it's fun. I know Spooka and Rosie are always down for stuff like that too, when they're free for it, that is. Just been thinking about it lately. I miss it. I've been focusing so much on avatar work that I haven't really been doing the social side of VRChat. I am really excited for all the Halloween stuff to come out, though. Usually they'll do, like, what is it, Spookality? Have they said anything about that yet? Usually there's, like, a big Halloween competition. I don't know. Hold on. Let me take a look here. Are we lurking? We are not. I was gonna ask Cherry if he planned on entering anything this year. Because last year, I think it was last year. Either last year or the year before, Cherry had made a size-changing avatar where if you made it taller or shorter, it would change its form depending on the height. That was like the gimmick of one of the year's Avatar Bash. It's really cool. I know how to pick music for the DJ sessions, but yeah, I still need help figuring everything else out. But I have done it where I play music, I pick before, and just do a DJ session on that. So the way that this friend had done it, he had picked out his selection and everything and set it up with some kind of specific program, which I could not tell you the name of because I don't know. Sadly, I do not remember it. But he broadcast it live through YouTube and then used the live YouTube link on the video player of the world. So he was still DJing live, but we were also receiving the play out live too. It was neat. I would ask him about it, but unfortunately I just no longer am in contact with him anymore. Oh, and ads are going to play any second here. I'm so sorry, I didn't say that very quickly, so it might be a bit abrupt. Let's incut here and see how this wants to behave. Oof.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, Dex. Dex, hi! How have you been? I hope you've been doing well. I don't know if you were able to hear me then because we had an ad break going, but it is good to see you, Dex. How have you been? I hope you've been doing well. Ye good. Glad to hear it. You've been working on any new avatar projects? Getting the help I needed for a while? Well, that's good. It is always, always, always important to take care of those things. This Edge is being like really, really temperamental. I really ought to start compiling some of these songs that come on our autoplay here. Working on Glamrock Lefty! The many that I have. No, you are keeping the lefty population alive single-handedly, and I admire that. Dude, if you ever make a lefty out of this Glamrock Freddy, if that's something that you were ever interested in doing once he's done, let me know. Okay, because I know your projects, I've seen your work, I would like to help out with that. Like, I will throw these files at you before he is fully ready for the Unity package and everything, just so you can get a head start on it. I wish that robots didn't take so long. And honestly, it just depends on the robot. But I would love to do all of the different Glamrocks. I feel like we just need more variety of them. We only have, I think, one or maybe two stylized Glamrocks that aren't just straight up the game model. No shortage of sun and moons. In fact, one might even argue that they're a little overpopulated. Actually, is the Sun and Moon show still going, or has that come to an end? I haven't heard anything about it in a while, but I also am not regularly active in those spaces. I'm working on a Monty as well as finished the Glamrock Chica. Monty's been coming up a lot today. It's funny because my mom, she took a therapeutic trip to Goodwill today. And she got very excited because she recognized a FNAF thing. And she brought me home the Spirit Halloween, I guess, Glamrock Monty children's costume mask. And his snoot is so flat, he looks like a pug. The show is still going? Oh wait, that's right, Monty did have a new song. Who was it that made that? I don't think I've listened to it yet. Pretty fast pug. Post a pic? I'd have to get up and go get it, but I could. Here, give me just a moment, let me go do that. Okay, so it's a lot worse than I realized. Here, I'm putting this in show and tell for you guys. Like, from the front, it's totally fine. But then the side happened. I don't know how he's both a, like, flat-faced pug and has such an underbite at the same time. It's definitely a kid's mask because you're supposed to see out of the nose holes and, like, that's, like, almost down to my mouth if I were to put it on. It's the Living Tombstone. Ooh. Okay, that's probably going to go the same way it always does for me then. Because when it comes to Living Tombstone songs, either I immediately love it to death, or I don't like it really at all, and then catch myself liking it a month later. I don't know why it always happens that way. But it happened with the Alistair song that he did. It happened with the Hey Freddy song. It happened with the one that he did for Security Breach. It's like I just have a delayed buffer for liking them sometimes. I need them to grow on me a little bit. Also, if you do wish to send me your Glamrock Freddy to turn him into Glamrock Lefty, just email me. I will, absolutely, when he's done. Because I feel like that, like, you need to be the lefty person. Like, Lefty deserves that. He deserves to have someone who just is his person, who keeps manifesting him on every model. And I would love for that to be a part of that legacy with you. It's definitely going to be a hot minute, though, that's for sure, because he's been fighting me throughout this process. Frag, how does one do a multi-host on Twitch? So can you be a little more specific about that? Do you mean as in sharing the chat or sharing the same screens? Is there anything in particular that you're looking to do that I could help out with? Fun fact, I have the same birthday as FNAF 6! Share chat. Okay. So for that, you can go into your creator dashboard or your stream manager. So that should be under your little icon up in the top right-hand side of the Twitch menu. And when you get to your stream manager, you should have a little preview window of your stream along with your chat box and other various boxes that are pre-set up. And it's somewhere in there, there should be a bunch of colorful boxes that say quick actions. In there will be one that says stream together. You click that, it'll open up a pop-up. And you can invite guests. You want to invite them via Twitch, via that. And you can also send them a link that they can click on to join the chat. You can use that for your shared chat, or you can use Discord. I personally use Discord just because I already have it set up for things. And once you're both ready and both live, because you do have to both be live at the same time. Not like, you don't have to go live at the same time, you just have to both be live. I am the left bear, aka Smokey Bear. I feel like Lefty really just hasn't gotten any attention for a long time now. He got that one statue with Puppet, and that's like the only thing that we've seen of him for years. All of FNAF 6 for real. I'm really curious about what they're going to do for the next FNAF game. I feel like they're either going to continue using this format that they've built for themselves now, or they're going to double down on going back to their roots. Which kind of scares me because they're two very different fandom crews, I think. Because they're two very different game play styles, so I don't think you'll have a lot of crossover of the fans other than, like, watching other people play. Ruin or DLC, Secret of the Mimic, yeah. I just don't know, like, are they going to try and go back even further now? Because it's true, we still have Fall Fest. We know that one was like, what, 70s? But that's all we know about it? I'm a lurk. Good topology to you. Thank you so much, Nexus. We are hoping for the best with it. Now, I like the way this side of the foot looks. Secret of the Mimic is around the same time as Fall Fest, so maybe. Yeah, because we've got the whole, like, confusion over what happens to Fiona. That's tied in with Fall Fest somehow. I'm excited for it. It's going to be neat to see. I hope we get to see some older characters who haven't really been in the limelight make an appearance again. I feel like Baby's probably going to play a decent role. She seems to keep getting thrown back in for reasons unexplained. Because Sister Location hasn't really been relevant for a while. Oh dear. Uh-oh, what just closed? Nope, nothing? We're good. Faked me out. I do think it'll be cool if we get to see more of Fiona in the Fall Fest stuff, though. A fire happened during Fall Fest that offed her, which mixes be Fiona. Huh. Was it confirmed that she died in the fire? I genuinely am asking because I don't know. I haven't been keeping up with any of the lore stuff at all. I really need to sit down and watch like an unpacking video of the story of Secret of the Mimic, because even though I've played it a dozen times at this point, like, I don't know what parts from the game were important, and I don't know what parts from the book were supposedly important. I kind of fell off the wagon of lore for a while there. FNAF lore's a mess. Yeah. Honestly, I don't even know if I should be bothering to try and keep up with it or just accept it all at face value. I know one of the things is I've heard people talking about is that apparently some people think that Afton killed Fiona at Fall Fest, or like had something to do with it, along with Murray. I don't know. That some of that was revealed in the game, but also tied into one of the like Atari-esque unlockable clips where he's like standing in front of a grave or something. Why is that so lopsided? Afton and Henry backstabbed him? Is Henry a bad guy? I've never really been able to tell. Like, I thought Henry was supposed to be kind of like the good guy, but yes and no. He trusted Afton, and Afton offed his kid. That does sound right. That does sound like something I've heard. FNAF lore. Nothing is real and the lore's made up. Definitely feel like I'm starting to hit a little bit of a roadblock here. It's always the feet. All right, Fredward. Frederick Bear. Let's take a look at you. We still gotta fix your face problem. Your thighs are still a little fucky-wucky, but we'll deal with that later. I really should have drawn a detailed ref of his head at a 3/4 angle because, like, everything feels like it's right, but something feels off. Need to DM you some of the stuff I've worked on, but don't have your DM. Oh, shoot! Are you in the server? I thought for sure you were. I was, I don't know what happened. That's okay. Here, let me go ahead and get you a link to the server and you can rejoin it, probably. You don't have to stay. There's absolutely no obligation to stay, but at least that way you'll be able to find me through it. And just send me a friend request. Because I would hate to lose contact with you. In fact, I'm going to beat you to it. Never mind, you beat me to it. There we are. E-prom? Alright. Well, we're at about the 3.5-hour mark. I'd say let's aim to go for at least 4 hours. I will probably be ending early tonight. Mostly just because, I don't know, I'm just kind of feeling a little drained. Streaming as long as I did yesterday will do that, though. Oh! These look so good. Oh, I love that sculpt for Roxy. Oh, that Glamrock Bonnie's so cute. I've never seen that one either. The black light colors are so cool. Roxy was a gift for a friend. She looks amazing. Those textures are really gorgeous. God, that Bonnie really makes me want to work on a redesign for Bonnie now. No, I've got to finish Freddy first. What happened to him? Hold on. Freddy, I looked away for 2 seconds. Buddy. He tasted a lemon while I was gone. Don't freeze up on me. Here we are. Don't like that, Freddy. I think part of the issue is because I worked on his head so zoomed in that, like, this is more how I'm expecting it to look, and when I zoom out, obviously it doesn't. So maybe we have to warp the perspective a little bit. Maybe drag his nose further forward. What am I undoing? Am I messing stuff up? Who knows? Alright, we'll save just in case. We're gonna figure this out. Bonnie was found on Sketchfab, had the rig and weight paint. Oh, had 2 rig and weight paint. Man, I gotta check Sketchfab more often. People have been uploading more and more cool stuff there. Honestly, that's where I should upload some stuff. I've got a Funko Sun and Moon that I'm probably never going to get around to texturing myself, so if somebody else would like to do it, to do texturing and rigging on it, be my guest. Yeah, Freddy, I think we need to, like, we need to pull your snoot out. Woof. My computer was not designed to handle this high poly. Don't worry, this is not what it's gonna look like at the end. I was trying this sculpting method. The one where you do a sculpt first and then retopo it. I've only done it, like, twice before, and I really wanted to do it for Freddy, but I've been having a little bit of regrets. Even my PC would die. He's a beefy boy. I most likely will not ever be trying to do this again quite at this level. It does have its perks, though. I've learned a lot from it. Come on, Freddy, you got this. Okay. We don't need it that long. Just a little, I think. Maybe? Normally I'd go back and forth with undoing it just to compare side by side how it did look with how it looks now, but doesn't really want to do that. No, I don't think the longer snoot's what he needs. It's something to do with his chin, I just can't tell what. Maybe it's too sharp? I need to not look at him so zoomed in. In fact, let's look back up at his face here. We've got our zoomed in up here already. I feel like maybe he needs a little bit more forehead. Whoa. Oh, sent more? Ooh. Oh, that was smart to put the shoulder cuffs on the arms like that. Oh, I love the chica! The glow sticks are a very good touch. Those are perfect for her. I'm sad she doesn't have those in canon. Did you give Gregory a robot leg? That's so cool. That, like, legit makes me want to have, like, more of a Gregory story. Instead of him just going around busting everybody up, that fucking onesie is uncalled for how cute it is. I want that IRL for me. I'm sad that that's not a product that I can buy. Those are so great. Maybe part of the reason the jaw is an issue is because you can see it's uneven in this little cutout. Plan to make him into the robot Gregory and still fix the weight paint on the Faz onesie, because he has more than one outfit on him. Man, fixing the weights on clothing is such a nightmare. I do not envy you on that. Actually reminds me that I have a onesie that I've got to go back and finish. I had been making it for the Tiger Bee. And I guess it's kind of finished. It can be worn. I have it on one of my Tiger Bees, just as like a trial to make sure that it was working properly. But it needs a lot of work. There we go. Plump out Freddy's cheeks just a little bit. I don't know if I like that or not. I really cry. I have more lefties than my own OCs. I feel like I'm getting to that point with the mascot horror stuff myself. I keep telling myself, no, I'm gonna make myself my own, make my fucking Sona. Make myself my own avatar first. And instead I've gone ahead and I've made Doughy and Dog Day and Freddy and Sun and Moon and... I need an indie mascot horror to hire me already. Wee! Welcome back, Katie. Or goodbye. If you are heading off for the night, I wish you a fantastic weekend. I only came back for that. Been working on gifts for friends? That's good. That's very good, because goodness knows, with Christmas coming up and all the other gift-giving shit on its way, I am not wanting to think about that sort of thing. I hope you don't overwhelm yourself, Dex. I'm wondering if maybe his jaw's going back too far. Probably not, but... Oh, okay. Oh, hold on. I don't necessarily dislike that. Makes virtually no difference from the front. Then my PC gave up and now I can't work on them right now. Oh no, forced break! I think for some of us that's the only kind of break we're ever gonna let ourselves have, though. Okay, I do like the more forward jaw, but we still need to adjust something about it. I don't know if maybe we need to pull this lower part of the jowl out a little more, maybe? It would honestly help if I could cut his mouth open. Oh, wait, no, that might actually be it. Okay, yeah. Wow, that really does make a huge difference. Okay. Let's get back in there and do it at a slightly better angle. See, the key is to pretend that I'm sculpting a lion. Because every time I try and do a bear, it turns into a monkey. Don't know why. Yeah, we're too flat in the front of the chin here. Something needs to curve it more, I think.
Oh,
Blech!
this is beautiful.
Thank you, Dex. I'm apparently extra jumpy right now. Let's build up a little here. And try to, like, find the weird balance that we need in this area. So it's not so flat. Is it maybe more of the chin down here? Why are you so bald? You know what? Hold on. File, import, FBX. I know I made a top hat at some point that we can just throw on his head. Ah!
Fubar Themagaking can now hatch from their egg.
Thank you for the follow, Fubar. Always loved that word. Oh, that's a big top hat. Okay. No problem. A little bit smaller, I think. I forgot how comically small they made this hat. Such a lad. Alright, we can always fix that later, but at least that puts something on his head. Something does feel wrong about his noggin. Maybe it just needs, again, more forehead. That, and I think maybe the top hat should go a little further back, probably. Good job, Freddy. Yeah, he's gonna need more forehead if we're gonna have eyebrows. Alright, we'll worry about that in a minute. We want to keep focusing on his chin. And Dino Topo is off again. I don't like that it just keeps randomly turning that off. Actually, I'm looking into learning Blockbench. Good on ya! I wish you the best of luck with it. That's another one that I would like to pick up at some point. Now, is there... You'll have to let me know, because I don't know. I haven't looked into it myself. But is there a difference between, like a big difference between Blockbench and, what is it, voxels? Or are they all kind of just the same sort of stuff with a different packaging? We need to, like, round your chin out at the same time as not rounding it out. From what I've seen, Blockbench is slightly more advanced. Advanced usually means a little bit harder to learn, but that's good. It means you can do more. Hardest part's just remembering how. Was there anything in particular that you were hoping to make with it? Looking into making my own minis. Now that's exciting. Man, we keep talking about D&D and tabletops and all those things, and I keep wanting to get hyped up for doing tabletop stuff, and I can't. I need to stop. No more new projects. Want to make some blocky retro Warhammer Terminators. Making them yourself would definitely be the best way to go about that, because from what I've heard about the prices of Warhammer minis, whew. Okay, Freddy, I think we need to just do some warping here. You need a more rounded chin. And whatever the hell's going on here, you got like too much of a Disney villain point going on. What can we do about this? Want to make them look like something out of a 1999 gold source game. Oop, hold on. Hi, Boko. You want your toy? I don't know if you guys are going to end up hearing this or not. Boko has one of those wiggly fish. So if you turn it on and touch it, it starts to like wriggle and it's got a crinkle in it. So I'm going to turn it on for him and hopefully you won't hear it once I toss it to the floor. But if I do see the sound bar going, I'm just probably going to end up muting myself for a minute. No. Okay, good. He just brought it over to me looking all sad, so. Get it, Boko. The list I have is too big, good gravy. Yeah. That's the trouble. The ambition is strong, but the body is weak. That and I want to learn to make video games? Hell yeah! That's the journey we've been on. Learning all of the modeling, eventually learning coding, programming. Already compiled Godot 4 for my mini PC. Fuck yeah! I've been told a lot of good things about Godot. I actually follow a streamer who has exclusively been working in Godot, making, I think, a couple different games. But I was talking about them earlier in the week, and I'll go ahead and give them a shout out now, too. Actually, let me see if they're live right now. They are not. That's all right. I don't know them on a personal level or anything, just for full clarity. But I've really enjoyed the time that I've spent watching their streams while they're working on their games. They've been very, very open to explaining things and letting their chat ask questions about how the game design works, how to go about learning, all sorts of good things like that. And their overall style is really cool. All their assets they make themselves, I believe. Compile it for my Orange Pi 5 Plus because it didn't have a version of it on my Linux distro. Ready, my boy, we need to get this problem resolved. Cannot have you looking like a Disney villain. Not when you've already given everybody daddy issues. We don't need to mix those two. Evil fast dad. Wasn't hard, I just followed the guide on the GitHub page and it only took 4 hours. That's good to hear. I haven't messed around with a whole lot of the Raspberry Pi stuff and all of that. More of just been learning the artistic side of things, the modeling and whatnot. Unfortunately, the techie things, albeit are a great interest, I'm simply too dyslexic most of the time. I end up flip-flopping all of my numbers and putting stuff in wrong and just missing a decimal somewhere. It's very frustrating. Oh, but when it works, that's like one of the biggest highs of all time. And just to let you guys know, we've got our ads playing in about 1 minute here. They will play for 3 minutes once every hour. That way we can have the rest of the hour uninterrupted. I'm going to try something a little bit weird. I'm going to go into this upper window up in the corner here. Whoa. I'm going to do that again, but maybe not the same way that we did it then. Far more adept at tech than art. I got nerfed. We both got nerfed. We just got nerfed in opposite directions. See, this is what we need to do. We need to compile enough people like us where one of us is doing the art part and the other person's doing the tech part. And eventually we'll meet in the middle. Okay, I'm starting to get this right now, I think. Because I think the peak of his chin should be at the same area as the peak of his jowl. Also used to play trombone and still have a big interest in music. That's fantastic. I have no musical skill myself. I always liked the idea of being able to make my own music for things, but just... It's like you gotta train your brain to think an entirely different language. I used to play violin, but only in high school. It never really went beyond that. Was first trombone for 2 years in high school and still have trombone. That's awesome. That'd be really cool to be able to incorporate the two of those things together. Once you're making video games and whatnot, you can make your own score. Also have my great-grandpa's banjo. Now, what kind of a video game would be good to have with strictly banjo and trombone music? Could do maybe like a gator fishing simulator. Get an idea of a survivor game set in the bayou around Roguru? Hold on, I've got to Google that. Oh, that's cool. I've never heard of this thing before. Legendary creature in Cajun diaspora and a trickster in oral tradition. Linked to traditional concepts of the werewolf. Wow, what a cool little cryptid. That would be a really awesome game. Especially since that's part of your culture. Hello, Red! How's it going? I'm sculpting a bear, and I have attracted a bear who sculpts. Oh, not quite. My family is very musical. My sister plays violin, my other cousin played trumpet, and I eventually want to buy a Cajun accordion. That would be absolutely amazing. I'm gonna have to keep tabs on you, Fubar. I'm getting my hopes up, because if a game like that ever gets made, you can bet your ass I'd be first in line to buy something like that. I'm really having a hard time telling what I don't like about Freddy's proportions here. Cajun accordion is a very interesting type of accordion, only having around 14 keys, 4 on the bass side and 10 on the playing side. I have no idea how much a normal Canadian... Whoa? Normal Canadian? That's not what I was trying to say. I think I combined Cajun and accordion and it turned into Canadian. I don't know how many keys a normal accordion has. I'm gonna have to look up the difference. Hello, Kirk. How are you on this fine day? How am I? I am good. I'm fighting a bear right now, who simply does not want to cooperate. I'm gonna try and snatch this spot on his upper lip again and pull it out a bit more, because I have a feeling that we really just need to widen his face out more. Maybe not that much. BS. It can't be that we need to bulk up the lower part of the jawline, is it? Maybe it's just too sharp. Maybe we can't have these jagged edges for him. Or maybe we just need to sharpen them up with where they're at now. I'm thinking. I have energy unlike yesterday. Good. I'm the opposite. Funny enough, Cajuns come from France before settling in the Acadian colonies in modern Nova Scotia before being expelled by the British. He needs to be put in lockdown. He really does. Didn't even know my sub was expired. It happens. Cajun accordion, otherwise known as the diatonic accordion, is more limited than a normal accordion since it can only play in the octave range of most people's singing voice. Oh man. I feel like if anything, that just means that when it is used, it has to be used much more carefully, much more intently, I should say. All right, Freddy, let's chop off your head. All right. We've put Freddy in lockdown for real. Let's turn that bow tie off. Oh, crap. No, I didn't want to do that. This file's getting chunkier and chunkier. That's why it's used with conjunction with a singing voice, since it is more of a folk version of an accordion. It's like comparing an electric guitar to an acoustic guitar. Oh, okay. That's fascinating. Thank you so much, Fubar, for sharing that with us, because that is something I never would have known without having to go look it up and even know to look it up in the first place. Okay, so part of our problem is this jawline. Does your head not go far enough back? Maybe. Oh, Boko's got the zoomies. See, I liked the way that we wrapped the jaw around the neck earlier. That looked nice. They're more pricey since the only real music it is used with is called Zydeco. I've heard that word before, which is a type of folk music played by Cajuns and Creoles. Most are custom made and cost around $3K. Huh. I wonder if maybe that was something that... So I used to do art therapy for a family that was Creole. And the mother, she was wonderful. She was always sharing little tidbits and stuff about their family and everything with me. And it was just so nice to have the honor of being able to be included with that sort of thing. I wonder if she had ever played any of that kind of music, just while we were doing art. I wish I had known then so I could have asked about it. Why does that take the whole chin with it when I do that? His jaw is so square. I don't think it should be, though. Maybe we need to bring his cheeks out further. Was that really it? He just wasn't wide enough? Freddy. No, something's still a little off on the side here. Jaw needs to go a little further back, I think. Probably, since it is still played in Louisiana, since even if not from Louisiana, Cajuns and Creole typically hold onto the culture. Yeah, she definitely did. She was a wonderful woman. She's actually the reason why I have one of the paintings in my house hung up that I do, because it was one of the projects that we were doing for art therapy. So I got to know her entire family. They were always coming and going, and different people and all over the place. It was very busy. They were a very large family. But the one who left the strongest impact with me was her sister. Because her sister ended up being diagnosed with a form of cancer that was terminal, unfortunately. And she came to stay with them during that diagnosis. And it was a very aggressive form of cancer, so unfortunately her time didn't last very long. But she wanted me to have her sister join in on their therapy session that day. And I was very eager to do so, because I know how much stuff like that means. So I had picked out a very particular piece of work for us to paint that day, of the above view of koi fish in a pond. So we would start with a black background, and we would paint all the pebbles on. because again, you're looking down into the pond, so you'd see the bottom of it. And then we painted our fish, and then we would put some lily pads on top of it and paint in the reflections of the water. It wasn't something that was meant to necessarily be like an art lesson, just something to paint, something to be creative with, something to let the brush kind of take its own control. So it wasn't a very difficult painting or anything. In fact, I believe it is one of the many stock idea images of doing a lot of like paint parties, I think are what a lot of people call them. Let me see if I can find a similar one. I'm afraid I can't find anything about what I had told her at the time. I will show this as an example, though. This is not mine. This is not one of theirs. But it is basically the same exact formula that we followed, give or take some of the details. But it was kind of like this. A very simplistic, just sort of let your hands go wherever they feel like they're going to flow naturally sort of painting. And it was really nice to just spend that time with them. And I had picked that one in specifically because I wanted to share with them the symbolism behind the koi fish, which, again, this has been several years, so I'm afraid I don't have it accurate at the top of my head. But koi fish have always been very symbolic towards things like the different stages of life and the changes that we go through while going through life. The journey that we go down through the river. And I had picked out ones that I knew meant different symbolism for different things at the time towards specifically the bond of sisters. And because I was doing it with them, I also ended up with a canvas copy of my own painting because I was using it to teach them and show them, let's put some white here, let's put some black here, let's do this, let's do that, blah, blah, blah. So after we finished the painting, we just had a really nice moment of we just kind of like sat and talked for a little while and hung out. I got to know her sister a little more. And unfortunately, after that, I didn't get to see her again because she had passed. It took her very, very, very quickly. I think quicker than anyone really was expecting. But when we came back and were doing some other lessons, I noticed that she had hung up both of the paintings on the wall, and it was just really sweet to see them together and to know that that really meant something to them. And because of that, I've kept mine hung up on the wall ever since, too, because that life mattered to me. Even though she wasn't my sister, she wasn't my family, it didn't matter. Being able to have that opportunity to spend a few minutes sharing in the life of this person who, quite frankly, was so amazing and wouldn't be with us within a week. There was just something really special about that. I don't want that life to be forgotten. I don't want that life and how much of an impact it had to not matter. So it's a nice painting. It's a nice memory. It's something that I can look at, and when I see it, I see those two koi fish, and I think that's those two sisters. I do miss doing things like that. Doing art lessons with strangers and making friends out of them. It's kind of what we do here. So I guess maybe I don't miss it so much after all. Sorry, let me get caught up with chat here. I've been yapping a lot. Just figured out how to extend my textures in Blender so seams don't show up in MIP mapping. Yay! Slowly eliminating my need for Substance Painter, one feature at a time. One of my best friends who passed away when we were 18 from cancer. I still can't play Risk of Rain 2 without thinking of him. That's good, though. I mean, it's not good that he passed away, obviously, but it's good that their memory tied itself so strongly to a game that you guys shared together. Bittersweet's a good word for it, but sweet nonetheless. Life's meaning is to enjoy the moments you have together. Exactly. Can't take it with you. Still hold my grandpa close. I still have his hat. It's actually next to my bed. That's beautiful. It's so important for us to take time to just kind of sit with those moments. Let those things really have their impact on us. I wore that hat almost every day for 2 years after he passed. Carrying on the legacy. I'm wondering if now we might need to bring the neck a little further out now that we've wrapped his jaw inwards so far. Memories are everywhere. One of the reasons I want to make games is because games bring joy, and we both talked about making games when we were here in when we were in high school. Yeah. Not only do they bring joy, but they can share stories. They can share things like that in a way that just spending time with a person can't. I mean, hell, I always think of Undertale as one of the top examples just from more recent games. Undertale managed to single-handedly sculpt an entire generation. Just because it was able to tell a story that touched so many people. And all it is a pixel game. But he loved to come to my birthday because we got to dress up. Aww. Looking dapper. All right, I think we're on a good spot here. I think that the neck is still proposing a bit of an issue. but we're getting there. Also remember his brother crying at the celebration of life because he loved costumes in general, so his family told people to dress up. Aww! That's beautiful! I would love for to do something like that. I was gonna say at my celebration of life, but I don't think I would be there. I should hope not, anyway. I liked the way that looked wrapped around the way it was, but I'm thinking I'm gonna pull it out anyway. Oh, never mind. I've changed my mind immediately upon seeing it. It's the first time he met me because I came from a whole other state in my first order costume. That is one thing I do love about costume culture, cosplay, and all that stuff. It's a level of self-expression that I don't feel like we're able to just do normally because of the standards of society and crap like that. But being able to bond over stuff like that we like, it's cool. This is a very motivational song we've got on now. I feel like we're about to take a trip to space. Take a trip to space and maybe fight a demon. That sounds like something that would happen in an 80s movie. You never go to space just to go to space. You go to space to fight the evil warlord Vegas. I don't know. That sounds like a warlord name. We'd been friends since elementary school because we would get each other in trouble. Partners in crime. Okay, that's definitely not what we want. Am I cutting it up higher, maybe? Stop turning Dino Topo off. You had the same name too? Wow! That's the kind of friend that you have in every life. One way or another. You always find your way back to each other. It's the biggest coincidence because we also had the same middle name too. Okay, now I'm not willing to say it's a coincidence. That was fate. You guys were meant to be friends. Ah, Blender, unfreeze. Oh shoot, our music has not been updating at all. I apologize. Oh, that's why this song's so good. It's twerp. Twerp is like my favorite band of all time. Admittedly, I've not been keeping up with their albums lately. Freddy, what is going on with this neck part here, huh? I feel like it shouldn't be tapered like that. Kingdom Hearts quote, "May your heart be your guiding key." Can use cube and a boolean. That's true. More so just trying to practice sculpting in Blender as a whole, because I've done all of my sculpting traditionally before I learned how to do Blender. I was a physical traditional sculptor. So trying to just kind of get my hands used to it, you know? I want to be as good at it digitally as I am physically. Used to do CAD a lot more. I've been picking it back up more and more. I'm not sure if I know what CAD is. My brain is so fried right now, all it's wanting to say is Canada, and I know that's not it. Why am I hooked on Canada today? I blame Sparky. Computer-aided design. Okay, I never would have guessed that. Let's add some clay. balance out this area a little bit. I'm just having a time here. Whoops. It's a type of program that is used to make more mechanical parts. That would have been smart. I was trying to get a balance between a mech and an organic look. And honestly, I think my biggest mistake was just not drawing the character first. Because usually if I draw the character, I can make them look almost exactly like the drawing. And I thought, no, I'll go into it blind this time and just see what happens. Needless to say, I have definitely felt the consequences. But that is the cost of learning. I don't regret it at all. It is just a new way to learn how to do it, and a new way to learn how to problem solve. No matter what, I am still learning.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Thank you, Dex. I used it to design an adapter for my PC case back home because my case was from the early 2000s. That's neat. Let's see if we can pull this down a bit more. I don't know if that's going to make much of a difference. Not too bad. All right, Fred Bear. I'm thinking I like where we're headed with this, but there's still a problem with the back part of your jawline. And I'm thinking what we need to do is take this tapered edge that we've created and drag it back. This could be a huge mistake. But that's why our motto around here is fuck around and find out. I think that may just be the answer to our problems. So I'll take note of where that has lined up to. We'll start building it out again. Also intended to design a PC case for my Orange Pi 5 Plus. It is a ARM PC like the Raspberry Pi, but it has a different processor, 32 gig of LPDDR4 RAM, a 256 gig eMMC, and a 2 terabyte M2 SSD. Also has 2 HDMI ports and 2 times 2.5 GBE ports. This is a lot of smart talk above my level, but I'm hoping someone in chat will also be able to understand. Been trying to compile a tool for game dev called Trench Broom, an editor for more old school style maps. It doesn't have a version on my mini PC, sadly. Tech Boom is that one Quake level editor thing, right? Man, it's been forever since I heard anything about Quake. Trench Boom also does Half-Life. Oh shit, hold on. I'm so sorry, I have not been paying attention to time at all. Okay, I did say that we would probably end early tonight, although this would be our normal time frame that we would end, because of me being an hour late. But that's okay. We've still got about 15 minutes here. We'll see where we're at when those next ads play. And I'm gonna say that we'll probably just go ahead and end before we reach our 6-hour mark. Not because I don't want to keep going, but just because I'm a tired bird. And a hungry bird at that. I haven't eaten much. And I've got some spaghetti leftovers in the fridge that I am very eager to sink my teeth into. Build Source 1 since it is a modified version of the Quake engine. Man. I don't even know how you would go about trying to choose a different engine for your game depending on what you wanted it for. Each of them have their perks for sure. But just like, how do you go through and pick which one you need? Unity's the only one that I've got any experience with hands-on. And, oof. She's temperamental. She has a lot of opinions, and she's going to make sure that she gets to say all of them before the conversation is over. And if you interrupt her or cut her off in a way that she doesn't agree with, she will stop the whole conversation. She'll just shut down. It actually works with all of those engines, although Trench Boom can be integrated with Godot to act as a level editor in real time. That's cool. I definitely feel like when I'm ever able to get around to actually learning that part of things, Godot's probably going to be the one that I go with. Just from what other people have told me. Everyone's told me that that's like a really good one to start learning with. Just need to get it compiled for my distro. That's really exciting. Fubar, I just saw one notification. I don't know if it was you or not. But we do have a Discord if you are interested in joining, where we have all sorts of other artists. Just people who have attended the streams and whatnot, found out that they liked the vibe of our little community that we've got going on, and it's just a little place that we like to be able to share our creations with each other in a safe area, devoid of the AI and all that stuff, all of the open waters of the internet, I suppose. But you are more than welcome to join and share some of your creations and your progress as you continue about this journey. Because I certainly would love to see the things that you plan on creating. Okay, yeah, I really don't know about that now. Freddy, why you gotta make life so hard on me? Also, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for that invitation to sound very one-sided towards just Fubar. Any of you who are here are more than welcome to join the Discord. I just wanted to point that out specifically since that was the person who I've been having this kind of back and forth with predominantly. Bleh. Hi, foe. Still feeling kind of crummy? I'm kind of feeling a little crummy myself now that the hunger is setting in. It's really making itself known now. Okay. It's still not exactly what I'm hoping for. Maybe, maybe we need to round out our cheek a little more. Or pull this part back. That's a little better. Mm. It's not because he just needs a bigger jawline, is it? You've got to be joking me. It can't just be that. I know he's got a big jaw, but... Nope, I'm pretty sure that's all it's gonna be. We need to pull it further out on that part. Got about 5 minutes here again before our ads are going to play, and they should be our final ads of the night because I am going to wrap it up an hour early tonight in terms of hours. So we're only getting 5 hours in for today's stream instead of our usual 6. Wow, that really does look more like him. I guess I really just was too afraid to make his jaw too wide. It still feels like it's a little too wide, maybe, but I don't know. Maybe it just needs to be tweaked a little bit more. But that definitely looks more like Freddy. Let's pull this part out a little more, too.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Thank you, Katie. Early rest is good rest, yes. Tell that to yesterday's frag. Also, hi, Kevin. How's it going? Wow, is his jaw really that square? I'm wondering if maybe I should push it forward a little bit more. Okay, yeah, that does look better. Yeah, I'm starting to think that it's the bottom part of this out here that's the issue. I think I'm gonna have to keep playing with it, but I think we're finally starting to get down into the nitty-gritty of what's been wrong with Freddy this whole time. Oh, our ads are gonna start in about a minute here. And I should probably take that time to just save here and take a breather. I'm definitely too hungry to focus on it much longer. Good, yes, finish Wind Waker today and cut my day early too. Hell yeah! Get an early start to the weekend. Not necessarily exactly where I'd like to leave things off. Maybe I'll come back and futz with it a bit more after eating something, but we will see. Let's go ahead and unhide everything. This'll take a second. There we go. He's still awkward, but he's getting there. I'm starting to reach a point with him, though, where I'm thinking we might be better off just retopoing him and messing with the actual topology, as opposed to continuing to do this song and dance back and forth of pushing and pulling every little bit. I think we might have more luck.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, KD. But on that note, let's go ahead and save. Because our ads should be playing now. And we're going to go ahead and raid out for the evening. What are we thinking, y'all? I'm going to let you guys choose. Do we want to go raid to more art? Or do we want to raid to some games?
Splatky can now hatch from their egg.
Thank you for the follow, Splatky. Because we've got a lot of people who are streaming right now. A lot of people doing art, a lot of people playing games. But I will say there's one person in particular playing a game that I'm interested in myself. But I don't want to influence the decision. Thinking art? All right. Art works for me. We got a couple of different people working on a couple of different things. But let's see if we've got anyone else doing any 3D modeling right now. Looks like... Oh, we're in luck. Okay. I know where we're going to go. You guys have spent the day hanging out with a blue raptor who has been working in Blender. And you're about to go spend your time with a brown raptor who is working in Blender. We are going to raid out to Burly Raptor. Or not? Ah, whoops. There was a space bar in the way. We do not need the space. Hold, did I do that? Okay. I did that twice. I'm dumb. let me just try again and be a little bit less the way I am about it. Why? Do they have it set up so that people can't raid to them? Oh, that might be the case. Oh no. Oh, well, you know what? They have also been streaming for 10 hours, so, you know, we might just... Okay. I think it's destiny to maybe have to go somewhere else. I'm sorry, Burly Raptor. We love your work. I would love to throw everyone over there at you. Well, let's see then. I think Burly was the only one that I have that I follow right now who is working in Blender. Gim it is. No, we've got several people who are just doing regular drawing and whatnot. It's just a matter of narrowing it down and picking somebody. Try and pick somebody that we haven't seen in a while. Sorry about that. I had to mute real quick for something. Wee. Wee. All right, we are going to instead raid out to General Techno. So General Techno is doing art currently. They are someone who I've known for quite a while. We actually, I have to mute myself on my Twitch window because I am hearing myself echo. General Techno is somebody who I have known for a long time. I didn't actually know that they did live streaming. In the time frame that it's taken for me to start live streaming, they have also been doing so. But we actually hosted a convention that was online a couple years back. It was IACON 2021. Actually, was it 2021 or 2020? I don't remember anymore. My brain is fried. It is pure egg. But they were a huge help with that. They were also an amazing host. So I can only imagine that they have brought that same exact energy over to their channel. I'm really excited for you guys to get to meet them. If you are a fan of anything retro, like Transformers or anything along those lines, you're going to make friends with Techno. But as for us, we are done here for the week. We are not going to be doing any weekend streams as far as I am aware currently. I will let you guys know in the Discord or on my socials if we do have something pop up, because we are still trying to figure out when we can do the Deltarune stream. It's just a matter of trying to get both Rosie and Inkbleeder free for that one. We've been running into that problem a lot. But otherwise, all we have is our usual scheduled streams of 2D Tuesday, where I draw, Wacky Wednesday, where we play games, although next Wednesday should be our final day working on the collab of the Stupid Sauce Amazing Digital Circus piece that we've been doing with Rosie. And as always, our 3D Thursdays, where we do shit like this. Rotate Freddy. But anyway, thanks for hanging out with me today, guys. I love you all so much. I hope you have an amazing weekend. Goodbye.